Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. In today's tutorial, we'll continue to design a beautiful and functional shopping app interface using Kiwi, connected to a real MySQL database, manage users, products, carts, and even checkout transactions, just like in a real e-commerce system. By the end of this series, you have your own working Amazon-style shopping app built completely from scratch. No frameworks, no shortcuts, just pure Python logic and creativity. So make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on the notifications so you don't miss any part of this project. Alright, let's jump right in and start coding our Amazon clone in Python. So let's quickly run our app, right, so that we can see where we left off. Okay, so this is where we left off, right? We've worked on this, right? So what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna add some functionalities here, some clickable, some button effects here, right? So if we click on this, we can see more details about the product and the ability to add it to a cart, right? And once we're done with that, we're gonna work on this search box so that we can search for a product, and if we click on it, we're gonna be taken to that page or model view, right? So that we can view the product in more detail, right? So let's just do that. Let's add the functionality here, then we can work on this search box, right? So let's minimize this and let's continue, right? So we're gonna navigate to the views folder, then open dashboard. So we're gonna need dashboard.py, right? So let's look for this. We have by department on products, right? So we're gonna need this one, right? So let's control forward slash this one, right? So this is the callback we have, right? So we have open product. So let's just call it open product underscore details. So let me copy this. Then below it, I'm gonna put a function, right? So we're just gonna say define, then paste this. So it's gonna take in self and instance like this. So we don't have a pop-up yet, right? So that we can view our product in greater detail, right? So for now, let's just put pass here. Then let's navigate to our widgets folder and models.py. Okay. So right here, let's create a class, and what can we call it? I'm just gonna call it product model, and it's gonna inherit from model view, right? So the first thing we need, right? So if we look at our table, right, let's open create.py. Let's just split it to the right. Where's this? Split right. I don't see it here. Okay. Right. So where do we have our products, users, stores, categories, brands, inventory? Okay. So we're gonna be using this ID, right, to fetch our products, right? So that's the only thing we can send to our product model. Then the rest of this information, we can fetch it using this ID, right? So let's just send in this ID. And we'll reduce the size of this. Okay, much better. So if we look at our dashboard.py, right? Here we have ID, product tab as ID, and it's ID underscore, right? So let's copy the same format. So here we're gonna say ID underscore is going to be a string property like this, right? So now that we have this, we need to be able to fetch the product information, right? So let's navigate back to dashboard.py, and let's just copy, where do we have this? So we're gonna need this function here, right? Okay, so let me just copy this and paste it here. So let me just, so here, let's say the functions. We're going to say define, let's say on underscore ID underscore, right? So this is going to happen when this variable is disturbed, right? That's the on part here. So you're going to say on ID underscore, it's going to take in self, going to take in instance, then it's going to take in the ID, right? So ID underscore here. So we need to import this. So this is going to be from data.connection, import connection, right? So it's inside this excuse me. It's inside this folder, right? And inside this connection.py. So this is just gonna return our connection, right? Okay. So now that we've imported this, we don't need a filter here. Our filter can just be ID underscore, right? But I don't think we're gonna need it. So let's get rid of this. And let's get rid of this and this. Okay. Then we shift tab this once. So let's go back to dashboard.py. Okay, I'm just gonna copy this part. So let's import our warning pop-up. So from widgets.popups, import warning pop-up. Okay. So using this SQL statement, right? Here we're not gonna fetch using name, so we're gonna use I.id, right? So here let's say I.id like this. Then our values, we're gonna need this ID here, this ID underscore. So let's put ID underscore here, right? So let's say this. Okay. So the rest of the information we're gonna get, right? We need to pass it here, right? But for now, we're not gonna. So now we're not gonna do this way, right? We can just take the information and just fill out some ND labels, right? So let's work on the KV part, then get back to this part, right? So for now, let's just comment this whole thing. Okay. So in here, right? Create some space. So let's define this. So we call this product model, right? So let me just select it, copy it, then paste it here, right? So what we can do, right? We can set like the maximum width of this, then in the maximum height, right? So that we can just maintain certain sizes of things. So let's say it said they say the name of the product, a certain height and whatnot, right? So let's just do that. So I'm thinking of putting a width of 800 display pixels and a height of about 600. So first things, right, we need to get rid of our background, right? So just gonna say background and just gonna do this. We're just gonna set it to nothing, right? Then let's say um background color, background underscore color. So we're just gonna set this to transparent, right? So this is going to be 0, 0, 0, 0. And now we need to get rid of this. Okay. So now our product model is transparent, right? So what we need to do inside here, we need to add an anchor layout because we're going to anchor another box layout at the center of our screen, right? So you're going to say anchor layout like this. And let's just say anchor underscore X is going to be at the center. So let's duplicate this. Then let's say anchor Y like this, right? So after doing this, let's add a box layout, right? So let's give this uh nah, we're not going to need any orientation, right? So let's give it some size. So when I say size underscore hint, and it's going to be none, comma, none, then size. So our width, right? Let's set this to uh, let's set this to 900 display pixels, right? Then for height, let's give it 600 display pixels, right? Then padding, let's give it some padding of 20 display pixels. Same with spacing, right? And let's give this some background color, right? So here we're gonna say canvas dot before, then color RGBA. It's going to be RGBA, then parentheses. Inside parentheses, we're gonna put a hex code. So this is going to be hashtag, and I'm gonna put 6Fs for white, right? Then here we need to say rounded rectangle. Pause is going to be self.pause. Then size is going to be self.size. Then radius is going to be 20 display pixels. So you're going to say DP and put parentheses. Inside parentheses, we're going to say 20. Like this, right? So let's go to dashboard.py. Where do we have that function? Okay. Open product details, right? So what we're gonna do right here is we're just gonna get that model view, right? Once we get that model view, then we're gonna open that pop-up, right? So that's what we're gonna do. So let's just do that real quick. So let's get rid of this pass here, right? Okay. So here let's say product, right? And we're gonna say product is equal to, let's go back to models.py and let's copy this. So, and paste it here, right? And put parentheses. So the next thing we need to do, we need to say product dot ID, right? It's going to be equal to instance dot ID underscore, right? Like this. And here we need to say product dot open, like this, right? So let's import our product model, right? So it's going to be from widgets.models import product model, like this, right? So if we run this, we should be able to open our pop-up, right? So let's run this real quick. Okay, fingers crossed. So let's click here, right? And you can see our pop-up right here, right? So which means that part is working, right? So let's just design this a little bit. Then we can just make sure that whenever we open a pop-up, we can get the information of the product that we clicked, right? So let's minimize this. Navigate back to models.py, scroll down, then down here, right? We definitely gonna need to give this orientation, right? Yeah, but I need to give this orientation. Excuse me. So here we're gonna say orientation, and when I set this to vertical, right? Okay. Then down here, let's put a box layout. So here we can put two box layouts, right? One is just gonna be like for the display pixels high tall, right? Then it's just gonna contain the product's name, right? And the close button. Then below it, you can have the product image on the left, then the rest of the details on the right, right? So that's what I'm thinking. So let's just do that. And if it looks good, we can keep it. If it doesn't, we can just spice it up. So let's proceed. So yeah, let's put a box layout. And let's give it some size underscore int underscore y of none and some height of 40 display pixels. All right. And let's give it some spacing. So let's give it some spacing of 20 display pixels like this. So down here, we need inside this box layout, right? We need to put an MD label. And this MD label should have some text, and our text is gonna come from wait. So since we're only gonna get the ID right from dashboard.py, right? So let's not give this so let's not make this fetch the information from a variable, right? We can just update it when fetch the information using an ID, right? So for now, let's just say text. Then we're just gonna say text product, right? So let's give this an ID. So our ID is going to be product like this. Okay. Then let's give this some styling. So we're gonna say font style. I'm just gonna set it to label. I like this. Then the row. Let's set it to large. Like this. Then let's make it bold. Bold is going to be true, right? Then let's make sure that we can just say we can shorten the text, right? Because that'll be very important. So here let's say shorten. Just gonna set this to show. Then shorten underscore from. Just gonna say right. Okay. So next to this MD label, we need to add an MD icon button, right? So let's add a float layout here. So when I say float layout, right? Then let's give this some size, hint X. Since the height is going to be set to for the display pixels, right? So we need to pass some size into X. So when I say size into X going to be none, then our width is going to be our height. So we're gonna say self dot height like this, right? Then inside this float layout, let's add our MD icon button. Okay, like this, right? So the icon here is going to be let's just use close. So close is just an X, right? Then let's say theme underscore text underscore color. So we're gonna set this to custom like this. Then text color. So we don't want it to be like to be black. So we just want it to be a gray color. So here let's say hashtag AD8A8C like this, right? Then let's give this some position hints, all right? So when I say posient, it's going to be, so let's put curly braces here. Then inside there, the first thing we need to add is center X, right? So when I say center underscore X, and we're gonna set this to 0.5, right? So put it at the center horizontal, right? So we need to put it at the center vertically also. So here when I say center underscore Y like this, and we're gonna set it to 0.5 also. Then let's add some on press functionality, right? So here we're gonna say on underscore press, and this is going to be root dot dismiss, right? So this is an inbuilt function inside the model view, right? It just closes the model view. So after doing this, right, let's add a box layout. So we're not gonna give this box layout any sizing, right? Because it's just gonna take up the rest of the remaining space, right? And we're not gonna give it any orientation because by default the box layout has horizontal orientation, right? So the first thing we need to pass here is some spacing. So when I give it some spacing of 20 display pixels, right? Then inside of it, let's navigate to our widgets folder, right? We have this images.py. So we have custom image, right? So let's look at this at the KV side. Okay, so it doesn't have any, excuse me, it doesn't have any size, right? Any specific size, and only takes in source, right? Okay, we can work with this, right? So let's go back to models.py, right? So let's paste this here, right? So let's give it some source. So for test purposes, we're gonna say assets / images / so let's look at our assets folder, then images. So we have backpack.jpg, right? So let's use that. Okay, so next to it, let's just put a button like this, right? So let's give it an ID. ID is going to be image, right? So let's save this and let's run it. Okay, so let's click here. Okay, what happened? Product model. What does it say here? Okay, dashboard.car, product model, product ID. With a string property. Okay, I'm not seeing the issue here. Unknown class MD label. So we made a typo somewhere, right? So let's minimize this. MD. Okay. Right here. So this should be Airwin caps, right? So let's run it again. Okay. Right. So here is our image, right? And if we click on it, we can enlarge it, right? Um, okay, let's close this. Let's try closing our pop-up. Okay, so we can close our pop-up, right? Okay, so now let's work on this right side part, right? So that we can have the rest of the information, right? So let's close this and let's minimize this. Okay, so let's get rid of this pattern, right? And let's change it to our box layout. And let's give this box layout some orientation of vertical like this and spacing, right? Let's give it some spacing of 10 display pixels. Then if we have my space to work with, again, just up it up to 20 display pixels, right? So the first thing we're gonna need, right? Let's look at our table on the right? So we have the ID, right? Then we're gonna have the store, right? So we can have the store, the name is gonna be displayed on top. Well, they have room for that. So we're gonna need store name, category, brand, quantity, um price, and description, right? Okay. So let's create a box layout here. And let's give it a sizing twice. So we're gonna say sizing underscore y. We're gonna set this to none, and our height, we're gonna set it to uh, 30 display pixels. Then we can increase it or reduce it later, right? So inside here, right, let's give it some spacing. So we're gonna put some spacing and set it to, let's say, 20 display pixels. All right. So inside this box layout, we're gonna put two labels, right? So for example, the one on the left side is gonna say store, right? Then the one on the right is gonna write the store name, right? Same with the category, same with the brand, quantity, price, and description, right? So inside here, let me just scroll up and copy this, then paste it here twice. So let me select this, tap this inside twice, right? So let's get rid of the first ID. And this one is gonna say store, right? Like this. And this one is gonna say store. So for now, I'm just gonna leave this test product, right? Then we can make the store bold, right? We can leave this part like this, but then let's align the text to the right. Okay, right. So I'm gonna select this, then duplicate it 4 times, right? Then paste it one more time. So let's run it and see if our space is okay. Okay, so we have a lot of space to work with. That's fine. Okay, so let's minimize this. Okay, so let's get rid of this bold here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna select these here, right? So I'm gonna select the ones without the bold, without the H line right. But I'm just gonna select this also. Um okay. Okay, that's fixed. Let's scroll up. Okay, so the first one we have store, right? Then we have store here. And the second one we have let's put category, right? So I'm just gonna follow the way it's done here, right? If you can just rearrange in the order that you want it to appear in, it's still fine, right? So now we have store. So now we need category and brand. And this is going to be category like this, right? Change this to brand, and this is going to be brand. Then we have quantity, and this is going to be quantity like this. Then we're going to put price. Then this right here is going to be price, right? Then we're going to need description. So let me select this and paste it here, right? So this is going to be description, and this is going to be description like this, right? So let me say times 20 here, right? And let's get rid of this. Let's just comment it. Let's just comment it out. Excuse me. So let's run this. I wanna check something. Okay. So with this, it's still shortened it, right? So let's get rid of the shortened part. And let's run it again. Okay. So we need to adjust the size of these. All right. We need to adjust the size of these. So let's minimize this. So let's give our MD labels some size underscore hint underscore x. When I set this to none and the width, let's start with 80 display pixels. Okay. Run it again. So now this is sound weird. We can work with this size. Okay. So now let's make sure this one is not bold, 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 and this one is not bold. But the stoning can be gold. Right. So let's maintain only this one and these ones. We don't make them bold. And the other thing is that we might need to add another box layout, right, with horizontal, with vertical orientation, right? Then we take this MD label, push it upwards. Then we're gonna add an empty box layout at the bottom, right? So let's minimize and try doing that. Okay, store name is gonna remain bold. Let's get rid of this one here. and this one. Okay. So right here, I'm gonna say oops layout like this, right? So let's take this and let's put it here, right? Then let's give this box layout some orientation of vertical, right? So let's take this, take it inside once, right? Then underneath this MD label, we're just gonna put an empty box layout like this, right? So let's copy this and let's paste it here, right? Then we need to type it one more time. Then let's uncomment it. Okay. Save it. With this one, right? We need to let's say the align. Then let's say top, right? So let's run it again. Okay, so this one was pushed upwards, right? But this wasn't. The V-align thing, it didn't work, right? Let's leave it like this for now, and this is just feature information. Then we can populate these from Python code, right? So let's minimize this. Then after doing that, we just work on fixing this part. And we need to add a button, an add to cart button, right? So we're gonna need like option to, let's say, increase the quantity that you wanna add to your cart, right? So let's add a button down here and just work on that part. So let's minimize this. So I'm gonna copy this, then paste it here, right? So let's uncomment this part and let's up the size to 40 display pixels, right? Spacing, let's keep it at 20. So here, right, let's navigate to our widgets folder and let's open patterns, right? So we have these. Let me scroll downwards. So we have these ones. This one, custom button. Custom button has an icon. Then we have custom flood button. Okay. So let's take this one and see how it looks. If it looks okay, we keep it. If it doesn't, we can try this one out. I don't remember what this one looks like. Okay, but anyways, let's proceed. So let's give you some text. And our text is going to be add to cart. All right. Then here we can have, let's put a box layout. All right. And let's give this box layout some spacing of, let's say 10 display pixels. Right. And inside here, let's create some space. So I'm going to select this, then paste it twice. So this one, let's just put minus, and this one let's put plus. We might need to create some custom round buttons, right? Then in between here, let me copy this one. Then let's paste it here, right? We're not gonna need this one. The row here needs to be medium, right? And this here needs to be a number. So let's put 20 for now, right? Let's not give it some height. Let's say edge align, center, like this, right? So let's save it. So let's run this. Okay. This isn't looking too bad, right? This is actually okay. So what I can do is I can just say this one takes up 2/3 of this part, right? Or I can just make sure that these are rounded by giving these size int x, right? Okay, so let's do that. Then we need to reduce the text size of this from large to medium, right? Same with these, which we're only gonna leave this one, right? So let's minimize this. So right here, let's say size underscore int underscore x is going to be let's say 2/3, right? Then I'm gonna copy this, paste it here, and this one is going to be 1/3, right? Save it. So let's give this some size int x, right, of none, and our width is going to be self dot height, right? So let me select this and paste it here also, right? So the same D label is just going to take up the rest of the remaining space. So let's run this. Okay, so this is looking good, right? Now let's reduce the size of these. Okay, large. So I'm just gonna select this, right? Then control D everything. Right key, right arrow key, and let's change this to medium, right? So if we scroll up, right, remember the product name, right? We need this one to be large. So where do we have this? Auto medium. Okay, so let's change this. Medium might actually look okay. So let's run it and see first. Test product. Okay. Much better. Right. So what we need to do is we need to make sure that if we click here, right, we can update our quantity. And if we click here, we can reduce our quantity, right? So by default, we should just make sure that we have 1 here. Then if we click, we can increase it. If we click here, we reduce it. If it becomes less than 1, this just becomes one, right? So that we always have to have one item that we can add inside our cart. So let's minimize this. Okay, so here we have text. So let's give it an ID, and our ID is going to be cart underscore quantity, because remember we have another ID we just call quantity, right? So this one, let's change it to 1, right? Like this. Then let's give this some on press functionality. Excuse me. So on press, when I say root dot, let's call this one reduce quantity. So let me copy this, and this one is going to be increase quantity, right? So let's pull down. So let's put this one here. So when I say define, so let's paste this. Increase quantity is going to take in self. Then let's create a variable. Just going to call it quantity, like this, right? So quantity is going to be self dot ideas dot cart underscore quantity dot text, right? So let's duplicate this, and so let's call this one cart underscore quantity, right? And this one, let's call it product underscore quantity, like this. So this one is only going to be quantity, like this, right? Okay. So what we need to do, right, since we have the cart quantity, right, if we press, we need to add by 1. If we, yeah, okay. So to do that, right, we need to say, we need to convert this to a integer, right? So we're gonna say cart quantity underscore, right, is equal to int, inside parentheses, let's put cart quantity, right? Like this. So let's do the same for this one. Underscore, right? So we just need to make sure that if we add this, right, if we add something, it's not going to be more than the items we have inside, let's say the shop has, like, not more than that amount of product that the shop has, right? So we're gonna add, but then we're gonna use this as like the ceiling, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say if product quantity is uh, uh okay, let's say if it's less than product quantity underscore, right? So this needs to be your cart quantity, all right? So only if it's less than, then we can add. But if it's equal to, then we're not gonna do anything. right? So here it let's create a variable, right? Okay, we already have cut quantity, so we can say cut quantity plus 1. Okay. Um, let's have new. Let's have a variable. Let's just call it new quantity, right? Later on we can just find a way to clean this up, right? Because we're just freestyling as we go here, right? So I'm gonna say new quantity is equals. Let's just set it to 0, right? Okay, like this, right? Then this just going to be updated to this, right? Then after that, right? We're just gonna create another variable. So for now, we're just gonna say self dot cut underscore quantity is going to be, let's convert it to a string, right? Then it's going to be new quantity. So let's save this and let's create this. I don't think this is I don't think this is going to work. But anyways, let's just freestyle through it to fix it, right? Then later on we can clean this up and make it a little bit better, right? So now after doing this, right, let's call up um the text here is gonna come from root dot cut underscore quantity. All right. So we need to make sure that this is 1 by default, right? So let's just put 1 here. So let's run this and fingers crossed, hopefully works. That didn't work. Invalid int product quantity. Int product quantity dot text. Oh, okay. I think I know why. Where do we have quantity? So let's set this to 4, right? And let's run it again. Okay, this worked. So after 4, defaulted to 0, right? Okay, let's minimize this. So let's add else. Else, we're gonna say new quantity is equal to um product quantity, like this, right? So that we don't go over the amount of stock available, right? So let's try and see if that works. Okay. Okay. So now this matches this, right? So now let's work on this one so that it doesn't go below 0, right? So let's minimize this. So I'm just gonna copy this and paste it up here. So this was what we call the function reduce quantity. Okay. So we're gonna maintain. We're not gonna need the product quantity here. Right. So we're only gonna need cut quantity. We're not gonna need product quantity. So let's get rid of it. We're not gonna need this one. Here we can just say else it's equal to 1. So here we need to say if cut quantity is okay. If it's greater than 1. Okay, so this needs to be minus. If it's greater than 1, okay. Let's new quantity is going to be cut quantity minus 1. Right, okay. Or we can just say this new quantity is equal to cut quantity. That can work actually. Let's try it out. I think something is just gonna go off here. Oh, it actually worked. I was thinking it wasn't gonna work, but it actually did. Okay. This is better. So now let's make sure we get this information when we click a product here, right? So let's minimize this. So let's uncomment these. So we're gonna fetch this information, right? Okay. Right. So for X in results. So let me minimize this. And let me get rid of this. All right. Then let's split this to the right. Okay. Scroll up. So we're gonna need product, right? So here let's say product store category print quantity, then we're gonna have price and description. Right. Okay, so we have these, right? So what we can do here is so here we say self dot ideas dot like this, right? So here we need to say dot text like this, right? Let's just say it's equal to so name should be at index. Now okay, let's close this. We're gonna need a create a pipette. Right. So 0, 1, 2, right? So this is going to be at x at index 2 like this, right? So let me just copy everything here, right? Okay, so let's get rid of this. Okay, so okay. So we're gonna say let's first deal with things that are in the inventory table, right? Then we're gonna deal with the ones we can get from other tables, right? So 0, 1, so this is going to be 2, this one, this one. So we can do these 3, right? So 6, 7, 5, 6, 7. So we're gonna need our source, right? So I'm just gonna duplicate this. And this is going to be 8, right? Source like this, right? So since we have 8 here, so this is going to be at index 8. So our store name is going to be at index 9. Then this is going to be at index 10 and this at index 11 like this, right? So did we set this one up? Okay, ID we called it image. So okay, so this is going to be ideas dot image dot source. So let's get rid of that text here like this, right? So quantity, um these are not string variables, right? So okay, let's make these strings, right? So you're gonna say like this. Let's do the same for this one. Okay. Let's write it and see if this works. Um, why didn't this work? Okay. MD label or text accept only string, right? MD label or text. Oh, wait, I didn't. Uh, let's close it. MD label or text accept only string, right? So what we need to do, accept only string. Okay, so there's something that we're sending that's not a string, right? So let's minimize this. Now, what's the thing that we're sending that's not text? Okay, is the name is fine. Okay, so let's comment these out, right? So that we can, instead of catching the error and not crashing the app, right? Let's just make sure that the app crashes. Then we can see uh the issue we're dealing with here. Self.ideas.store.text. Okay, so this accept only string. Okay, so what we can do, right? We can, let's comment this part out. Then let's print the results like this. So let's run it again. Excuse me. Okay, let's minimize it. So, okay. So we have this, right? So we have this part we didn't account for, right? Okay. So let's control Z. So this needs to be index 10. This needs to be 11. This needs to be 12. So let's run this again. Okay, so now we taking the information. Okay. Okay, so now this works, right? So now let's deal with this one. Right. So what we can do with this one, right? We can just give this minimum size it, right? So let's minimize this. So here, let's put a box layout. And not, let's give it some orientation of vertical. Um, Would I say we don't need sizings? Let's put spacing of 10 display pixels, right? Let's type this inside. Then right here, we're gonna say size underscore int underscore y. We're gonna set this to none, and our height is going to be minimum underscore height, right? So down here, right, let's put an empty box layout. Then let's run it again. That didn't work. Okay. So delay doesn't have minimum height. Okay, so let's get rid of it. Get rid of this. So let's uncomment this part, right? Then we can deal with this a bit later. We're just gonna have to create another custom label, right? Let's just do that real quick. That would be actually better. Let's just do that real quick. So let's remove this part, right? So we're gonna call this custom label, right? So let's get rid of these two. Then we can keep these, right? So here let's say font underscore size. Let's set it to 12 scalable pixels for now, right? Then we're gonna say font underscore name, and it's going to be app dot body like this, right? Then inside the widgets folder, let's create a file, right? Just gonna call it labels dot py, right? So inside here we need to say from Kiwi dot ux dot label import like this, right? Then we need to import builder. So we are say from Kiwi dot len okay, what was that now? From Kiwi dot len import builder, right? Then you're gonna say builder dot load string, right? So let's define our custom label, right? So you're gonna say custom label. Then inside you're gonna say text underscore size. So this is going to be self dot size. Then we're gonna say mark underscore up. right? So we're gonna set this to true. Then let's say shorten, let's set it to true. Then shorten underscore from. So this is going to be right like this. Then when I say h align, so by default we can set this custom label to be aligned to the left, right? So that it's gonna act the same way as our MD label, right? Then when I say v align, right? So for now, let's just set it to middle, right? And let's give it some color. So let's just set this to black. So when I say 0, 0, 0, 1, right? So let's close this. Then down here, let's create the class. So our class is going to be custom label, right? So it's going to inherit from a label like this. Then inside there, we're just going to say cost like this, right? So back in our models.py, right? We overrode this one, H align and V align, right? So we've aligned this to the right and to the top. So now we need to import our custom label, right? So here, right, let's close this. It's this. Let's open app, right, and init.py here. So let's so here where I say import custom label, right? When I import it from widgets dot labels dot custom label like this. All right. So let's run it and see if our custom label works. Okay. I think our custom label works, right? And we just have to increase the size of it. Or let's just get rid of this. Okay, so this one is lined up properly, right? It's a bit off, but it's fine. Let's increase the size it so that it sort of matches this one here, right? The font size, I mean. So let's first up it to 13. Both was too small. 18 is too much. So let's minimize this, right? And let's just leave 12. I never tried 12.5. Let's see how that works out. It's basically 12. Okay. So now we need to make sure that we add to cart, right? So we can add the product to cart. So let's minimize this. Okay, so here let's say on underscore first, when I say root dot let's just call our function add underscore to underscore cart, right? copy this. It's gonna take in self, right? Then pass. Um, excuse me. So what we need to do is we need to create a table inside our database, right? And we're just gonna call the table cart. So we're gonna use this table to store the items we're gonna send. Let's say the items you're gonna store in your cart, right, before you complete the purchase, right? So let's just do that. So to the right of our screen, we have this create.py file, right? So we're just gonna scroll down. Let me just increase the size of this. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna copy this last table here, right? Excuse me. Then paste it here, right? And then change this to cart, right? Then I'm gonna change this table name to cart. So we're gonna keep this one, we're gonna keep this one, right? We're not gonna need customer name, but we can have quantity, right? So let me remove customer email, issue description, report date, right? We can keep status, right? So we can have pending, and let's get rid of the third one. Then we change this one to sold, right? Oh, checked out. Well, okay, let's just leave sold, right? So let's change this one to cart quantity or quantity in cart, whatever you want to do, right? I'm just gonna say cart quantity, right? Then I'm just gonna make sure this is an integer. So this is going to be int like this, right? So the other thing we can do here is add the user ID, right? So I'm just gonna duplicate this line. Right, so let me paste this below it. So the first one here is going to be user ID, right? Excuse me. Like this, right? Then we're gonna need, so here we're gonna say user ID, right? References users like this, right? So let me scroll up and check our users table. Okay. Username, blah blah blah. So you user, okay, let's just copy this. Okay. So now if we run this, right, this table is gonna be created. We ran this before, so the other tables are not going to be created, right? So let me just look at our table real quick before I run this file, right? Okay. This is looking okay. Okay. So now I'm gonna run this file, right? Okay. All tables created successfully, right? So let me reduce the size of this. Then I can get to adding the items, to adding whatever item inside our cart, right? So on top here we have this. So I'm just gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? Then get rid of this part like this. So we're gonna need this SQL statement, right? Like this. Um, I don't think we need it to be this long, right? So here we're just gonna need to pass in our user ID, our inventory ID, card quantity, right? So we're not gonna pass in any status because the default value that's going to be sent is pending, right? So we can keep pending since we haven't checked out yet. We're just adding the item to a cart, right? So let's just deal with it here, right? So I'm gonna get rid of most of the stuff, then just put everything inside online. So here when I say insert into cart, right? So what are we inserting into cart, right? So we're gonna insert user underscore ID, then we're gonna insert inventory ID, then cart underscore quantity, right? Then we're gonna say values. And here when I say percentage s, right? So we need to let's make this lowercase. So this one is going to be for the user ID, for the inventory ID, and cart quantity, right? Like this, right? Then inside here, we're gonna need user ID. So let's just put say self dot user underscore ID, right? So we don't have this yet. We're gonna create it. Then you're gonna need inventory ID, right? So you're gonna say self dot ID underscore, right? So this is the ID that we sent when we click the product inside our dashboard, dashboard.py file, right? Then here we're gonna need cart quantity, like this, right? So we're gonna create this variable also. So let's create it here, right? So cart quantity is going to be self dot ideas dot, so what did we call it? Let's scroll up. Quantity. So here we're gonna need the quantity from this one. So we called it card quantity also, right? So this is going to be self.ideas dot card quantity dot text, right? So here we don't have to change it to an integer, right? We've done adding everything. Okay, so now we have this and this. So now we're gonna need this, right? So let's scroll up. So right here, right, we need to have user ID. So you're gonna say user underscore ID, right? And you're gonna say it's equal to a string property, right? We can make it a native property, but the numeric properties at times converts the integer to a float, right? So I just wanna avoid that. So right here, let's create a function, right? Since we're in a model view, right? Not in a screen, we're not gonna use an enter function, right? Or we can have it run here, right, on the own ID, right? But let's just do this. Let's create an init function. So we're gonna say define underscore underscore init self, right? Here it should be not here. Inside you would say comma. Then when I say keyword args, keyword arguments, right? And inside here we should say super init. Then inside here we're gonna pass in our keyword arguments. Right. So this should be ready, right? Then here let's say croc dot schedule once. So this is going to run once we open our model view, right? So we're gonna create a function and call it run essentials, right? So we're gonna use this to fetch our logged in user if we have someone logged in, right? So we're gonna say self.run underscore, right? So we're not gonna put parentheses here, right? Because we want it to run only after the schedule time is set. Although we're just gonna pass in like 0.1 of a second, right? Because if you just put parentheses there, it's just going to run before the clock is scheduled. So we're just gonna say self.run essential, right? With no parentheses, then comma. Here we're gonna say point one, right? Like this. Okay. Then let's create the run essentials function, right? So you're gonna say define. So let me just copy this and paste it. So it's gonna itself and time delta, right? Or you delta time ZTD DT, or you can just put an underscore, right? Still gonna run just fine. So here we're gonna need to run a function. So our first function is going to be self dot when I say get underscore user underscore ID, right? And let's put parentheses here. So now let's create this function. So this function is gonna take in self, right? So what we need to do, right? If we let's navigate to this part, right? So here we have this session to JSON file, right? So we need to fetch the logged in user ID from this session to JSON. Or whenever we log in, we're just gonna populate this one. We're gonna update it. When we log out, we're gonna update it, right? So this is where we're gonna store the logged in user ID, right? So let's just work on this file, right? Then we can just fetch whatever is the user ID we have inside here from here, right? So that's what we need to do right now. Okay, so inside our create.py, right? So we have this on the right side, right? Um, we're gonna need the ID. So this ID is going to be our user ID. Then we're gonna have name, email, phone, right? So I'm not gonna take in a password, right? So I'm just gonna copy these like this. Then before we open session.json, I'm just gonna close some tabs here so I can have space to work with. Okay. Right, so let's open this one. Okay, so we have this information, right? So this must have been from our project management tutorial, right? So let me just get rid of this, then paste this, right? Then we're gonna have email. Then we're gonna have phone. Okay, so we need to wrap this inside quotes, right? Like this. So now we have our user session, the JSON file working properly, right? So inside here, I'm just gonna put some dummy information. So here, let me just put Tanaka Peter like this. Then the email is going to be Tanaka at test.com like this, right? Then phone I'm just gonna say 01234567 8, right? Then I'm gonna save this, right? Okay. So right here, right? Let's say try like this. So let's create a variable, right? We're just gonna call it session file, right? Then I'm gonna say this one is equal to session.json like this, right? Then we're gonna say with open. So we're gonna open our session file, right? In here we're gonna say R so that because we wanna read this, right? Okay, let's make it lowercase. Then we're gonna say as file, right? So after doing this, right, we're gonna say session in lowercase, right? Session is equal to JSON dot load. So what are we going to load? Our file, right? And after doing this, we need to send the information that we need. We're gonna need the ID, the user ID, right? So we're gonna send it to this one here, right? So down here, we're gonna say self dot user ID, right? Is equal to session dot get. So what are we getting here? We need to get our user ID, right? Like this, right? So now we can fetch our user ID, and that's the user ID we're gonna need to populate inside our card table. So the reason why we are passing a user ID is because we need to be fetching the card, right? Using the user ID, right? So we can only fetch the card items that the certain user who's logged in actually added to their own card, right? So now we've done this, right? To get rid of this error here, we're gonna say accept file not found error, right? Here I'm just gonna return none like this, right? So now whenever we open this, right, um we can fetch our user ID, then we're gonna store it inside here, right? So let's go down, right? So right here, right, now we have this user ID, right? Then we have self.id, then this is the inventory ID, right? Card quantity is our card quantity here, right? Okay, so let's get rid of the space here. So here we're gonna say caser.execute, right? And what we need to do here is we need to say corn dot commit, right? So we can save the information to our database, right? And after doing this, we need to say self dot dismiss, right? So this is an inbuilt function inside the model view, right? So it's going to close our model view, right? So let's just run this real quick and see if this works. Okay, so let's click this one, right? And let's try this. So by doing this, right, we should have added something to our cart, right? So now let's work on these parts, right? So that if we click on this, a pop-up shows, right? And we can see if we have anything inside our cart, right? So let's minimize this. So okay, let's scroll up, right, like this. And what we're gonna do is for now I'm just gonna copy this here, right? Then get the user ID part. Then I'm gonna scroll down, then paste it at the bottom here. And copy it. Okay, so let's do that again. Okay, paste it here, right? So we're not gonna need this one, so let's get rid of it. Then let's change this to cart model like this, right? So after doing this, we need to create our cart model. We need to deal with the KV part. So let's scroll up. Then here I'm gonna select this from here to where I need this. Um to here. Seems as if I forgot to hold shift, right? So let me just hold shift. Then scroll downwards. So right here I'm just gonna put a line of hashtags, right? Characters are separated in case we wanna go over something, wanna fix an error, we wanna change something, we can make it easier for ourselves to find it, right? So I'm gonna paste this here, right? So I'm gonna change this to cart model, right? Then save it. So right here we're not gonna need this ID, so let's get rid of it. Then here we're gonna say my cart, right? Like this. So we're gonna leave this part like this so that we can close it. The other thing we can do is we can add a label or not a label, an icon, right? But for now, let's keep it like this. Then we can see if we can add a label. Okay. So now we have these, right? So I'm gonna try and open it. So let's select this, then open. I think it's inside the home. Okay. Where do we have our navigation? So this is cut. Okay, so let's add on underscore press like this. Then we're gonna say root dot open underscore cart. So let's put parentheses here, right? Then we're gonna need home.py. Then let's put the function down here, right? So we're gonna say define open underscore cart. So let's put parentheses and it's gonna take in self. So here we're gonna say cart is equal to, so let's paste cart model, right? They put parentheses. Then cart should take in ID, right? So it's going to be ID underscore is going to be self dot user underscore ID, right? Then we're gonna say cart dot open like this. So let's import our cart model. So it's going to be from widgets with models, import cart model, right? So let's go back to models.py. And let's copy this from here to here, right? Then navigate back to home.py and let's paste this here like this, right? So let's import JSON. Let's import clock from tv.clock. So this is gonna look like this from kiwi.clock import clock. So now let's create a user ID inside here, right? So here we're just gonna say user underscore ID is equal to a string property, right? So let's put parentheses. So now we're just gonna run this and see if we can open our pop-up, right? This is taking way too long. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, so let's try clicking here, right? Okay, so we can see our card popping up here, right? So what we're gonna do, right? Underneath this box layout with this button, right? Here we can see my card, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna add some headers. So we're gonna have like product name, then we're gonna have the store that's selling it, quantity, price, then the delete button. Below at the bottom, you're just gonna have a checkout button, a clear cut button, and the cost of the total cost, right? So let's just do that real quick. So let's minimize this. Okay. So right here, right now. Okay. Let's put another box layout. So just gonna say size underscore hint underscore y. So we're gonna set this to none, and our height is going to be 40 display pixels, right? And spacing, we're gonna set this to, let's say, 20 display pixels, right? Then inside this box layout, we need to add some labels. So, so the first one, right? The first MD label, um, let's give it some size underscore int underscore x, and let's set it to, let's see, let's put 0.3, right? 0.3, so that's 30%, right? Then let's say text. So our text is going to be product, right? Then font underscore style is going to be label. Then raw is going to be medium, right? Then let's make it bold. So bold is going to be true, right? We might make the text gray, but hmm, let's leave it black for now, right? So we're gonna need to show our product, right? Then we're gonna need to show the quantity, and we need to show the price, right? The price of the product. Then let's put a box layout. So this box layout should represent space, right? So that whenever we create the rest of the table, right, we're gonna have a button so that you can delete something from our table, right? So this is going to be a box layout. Then let's give it some size int x, right? So we're gonna say size int underscore x going to be none, and our width is going to be 40 display pixels, like this, right? Um, so this is going to be okay. Let's add another box layout on top here, right? I copied the wrong box layout, but anyways, let's type this inside. All right. So we're not gonna need spacing. Let me just copy this. But let's make this 60 display pixels, right? So that our image is going to be a little bit bigger. Then we can just make whatever we use it to show the data to be um 60 display pixels tall, right? Okay. So this one we can give it so this one is going to be price, right? Then this is going to be quantity, right? So what we can do, we can just like set this to 100 display pixels and this to be 100 display pixels. Excuse me. Then we just make sure that the product takes up the rest of the remaining space, right? That can be better. So let's get rid of the size it X here, right? Then let's select this. Then Control D, press right arrow, then enter. Let me just Control Z real quick. Let's get rid of this and set this to none. Then let's press enter. Then our width is going to be 100 display pixels, right? Like this. So after doing this, right, what we need to do is we need to create a scroll view so that this is where our table is going to appear, right? So let's scroll down, right? So right here, let's copy this, paste it one more time, right? So this one, if we don't give it any size, it's just going to be set to 1, comma 1, right? So inside here, we can just put our scroll view. So inside here, we're just gonna say do underscore scroll, right? So for the left and right side, we're just gonna set it to false, right? Then the top and bottom scroll, right? Go scrolling vertically, right? We're just gonna set it to true. Then let's give this some size int underscore y, right? So we're gonna set this to none. Then our height. So we need to set the height of the scroll view to this box layout, right? So to do that, we're just gonna say self dot parent dot height, right? Like this. Now we give it this scroll view some height, right? So now let's put in a grid layout. So here we're just gonna say grid layout like this. So let's give this grid layout an ID. So our ID is going to be cut underscore list, right? Then now we're just gonna say calls. We're just gonna set it to 1 because we only want one product displayed horizontally, right? So let's give this some size it y. So we're gonna say size int underscore y. We're gonna set it to none, and our height is going to be self dot minimum underscore height, right? So let's just give it some spacing. We're just gonna say spacing and set it to 5 display pixels, right? Like this. So now that we've done this, right, we should create another box layout. We've already created it, right? So what we're gonna do in here, we're gonna create 2 more box layouts. One is going to be empty, and the other one is going to have the total cost and the clear cut button and the checkout button, right? So let's just do that. So here with this box layout, right, and it already is facing off 20 display pixels. So we need our button to be 40 display pixels tall, right? Then it's gonna have some spacing of 20 display pixels. Then we're gonna have the total price. So let's make this box layout 100 display pixels. So let's say size underscore int underscore y going to be none, and our height going to be 100 display pixels, right? So inside here, let's add 2 box layouts. So this is going to be the empty box layout. Now let's create the other box layout. So when I say box layout like this, then let's give this some spacing. of 20 display pixels like this, right? Then let's scroll up. I'm just gonna copy this MD label. I'm just gonna need two of this. Okay, so let me copy this. Then I'll paste it here. Right? So then select them, tap them inside. I'll need to tap it one more time. Then here, let's create a box layout. Then here, let's give this some spacing of 40 display pixels, right? Then this, we need to create a variable right inside our model view. So this one's going to be root dot total underscore cost, right? So let's take all of it, wrap it inside parentheses, and convert it to a string so that our label can display it, right? Then down here, let's say h line. So I'm gonna align this text to the right, right? Then the one on top here, right? So it already has a width of 100 display pixels. So let's keep it here. Then let's get rid of the other one. Then the text here should be total price, right? So let's put semicolon here. Then underneath here, right? Let's put a custom flood buttock, right? So let's give it some text, right? So our text is going to be checkout, right? So let's save it. Let's scroll up. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this. Then paste this here, right? So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna create a box layout. Then give it some spacing of 20 display pixels, right? So inside this box layout, let me get rid of, okay, let me just tap this inside. So now we have two buttons. So let's make sure this one takes in 1/3 of the space. The text is going to be clear cut, right? Then this needs to be clear cut, right? Then this one should be checkout. And we need to say root dot checkout like this. Then save this. So before we check out this looks like, right, we need to create this down here, right, so that we don't get any error. So this one is going to be a numeric property like this, right? So inside you're just gonna say 0, comma 0, 0 like this, right? Then save this. Then the other thing, right, we're gonna need these two functions, right? So let me just select them real quick. Okay. So let me paste this here, right? So here I'm gonna say define clear underscore cartridge. So it's gonna take in self. Then for now, I'm just gonna say pause. Let's create another function, right? So this is going to be checkout and it's gonna take in self, right? Then for now, we're just gonna say pause like this, right? So let's run this and see if our app is looking okay. Okay, let's click here. So here we have product, quantity, and price, right? Then this with this one, we're just gonna have some empty space. So what we can do, right? So this one we can leave with a line to the left, but quantity, we can align quantity to the center. Then price, we can align it to the right. Then we need to fix this because this has to be at the bottom and this should be on top of this, right? So let's minimize this. So we need to give this some orientation. So when I say orientation, it's going to be vertical. Okay, that should fix that. Let's scroll up. So this one, let's say edge align. This one is going to be right. So let me copy this, paste it here. So this needs to be center and save it. And let's run it again. Okay. So we aligned this, we gave this some vertical orientation. We need to do it again. What are we missing? What are we missing? Okay. This one also needs vertical orientation. So let's copy this. Okay, this is fine. So let's paste this here. Get rid of this here. Right. So let's run it again. Okay, so this is looking much better, right? Um, we might need to put a line here, right? So that it separates everything from um our scroll view where we're gonna display our products and this, and we might need to put a line here also, right? So let's minimize and do that. Okay. So right here, right? What we're gonna do is let's just say canvas dot before, right? And then here we're gonna say color. Inside color, we're gonna say RGBA. Then RGBA, let's put parentheses. Inside parentheses, we're gonna put quotes, then hashtag. Mm, let's say E9, 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 right? Then I'm gonna say rectangle. So return, when I say pause, it's going to be self dot pause. Then size is going to be self dot size, right? So I'm gonna copy this, then paste it here also. So let's run this and see if we can get our lines right. Before we go any further, right? Let's put this self dot size inside our square brackets, right? And then we're gonna say self dot size index 0, right? Then comma. Now the size of our line. So here we're just gonna say DP, then parentheses. Inside parentheses, we're gonna say 1. So this is gonna represent one display pixel, right? So let me just copy this and let's do the same here, right? Okay. So now let's run it and see if we can get our lines at the bottom. Mm, Invalid syntax, right? Okay, so we forgot a comma here and here, right? So let's run it again. Okay, so we've found gray line here, right? Then we have it here also. So now what we need to do is we need to work on uh, a tab, right? So remember what we did with these, right? Creating these, right? So we're gonna do the same here, but this one is going to be horizontal. We're gonna have our product image here, then the product name, the quantity, and the price, right? So let's just do that real quick. And once we create the tab, right? Then we're just gonna make sure we can edit from our Python code, right? Then we can calculate this automatically, right? So that's the plan, right? So let's just minimize this and do that real quick. So for us to do that, let's open tables.py, right? So here at the bottom, let's just copy this, then paste it below here, right? And let's put a line of hashtags here. Okay, much better. So with this one, I'm just gonna change this to cart tab, right? So as we go on with the project, we might end up getting secular imports, right? So for now, we're just gonna use this. And if you start getting secular imports, we're just gonna create another file for tables, right? So that we don't get secular imports, or we're gonna have to move this one to the models.py file, right? So for now, we're gonna take in the ID, right? So that's the main thing we're gonna need, the ID. Then what else do we have? Let's go to create.py, right? So we have it on the side here, right? We're gonna need, where do we have cells? So here we're gonna have inventory ID, right? Then we're gonna have store ID, right? Um Once we have store ID, we're gonna have quantity, then we're gonna have total price, right? So this one is default current timestamp, right? So we can leave this like this. So we're gonna need the inventory ID is this ID, right? Then we're gonna need the store ID, then quantity and total price. Okay. So let me copy this, paste it here, this, paste it here, this, paste it here, right? So once we've done this, we're gonna use this inventory ID, right, to also get the product's name, right? So let's change this to product. So let's save this, right? Now that we have this, let's put a line here to separate our tabs, right? So let's copy it and let's define it here, right? Okay. So let's scroll up, right? Gonna copy this. Then I think, okay, let me just copy everything, right? So first things first, let's get rid of this vertical orientation. Then size int, right? We're only gonna need size int y. So here we're gonna say size int y, and it's going to be none. So let's get rid of the other none. Then here we're just gonna say height, and our height is going to be. Let's open models.py real quick. So we made this. We have an image that's 65 display pixels tall, right? So just to make sure that our image appears as a square, right? We need to make sure that the tab is at least 60 display pixels tall, right? So here, let's just say 60. Then we need to get rid of this. Oh, what was that? Okay. So this is going to have a callback, right? So since we have this, what we can do is we can add a line the same way we did inside our card pop-up, right? Then if we do that, the image is just gonna touch with that line at the bottom. So what we can do is we just up this to 61 display pixels, right? Then let's give this a padding. Right, so let's put the square brackets. The left padding is going to be 0. The top padding is going to be 0 2. The right padding is going to be 0. And the bottom padding is going to be 1 display pixel. Right, so let's close this. Then let's go back to models.py, right? Then let's copy this line here. And let's paste it here. So now let's type this properly like this. Okay. So now we have our image, right? So we forgot to pass in source, right? Okay, we're gonna deal with that. So here we don't need to pass in the height. We only need to pass in the width. So we need to change this to sizing X, and this, let's change it to width. Then this is going to be 60 display pixels, right? Okay. So now that we have this, right? Let's select these, then shift tab them. Then let's get rid of this. Right. So spacing here, with this doesn't have spacing. So let's pass in spacing and let's set it to 20 display pixels. Oh, that's the same we did. And inside here, right? Yes, it's the same. I'm just gonna copy everything. Then inside tables.py, let's leave we need one with short term, right? So let me select this, then paste everything. Then I'm gonna select this, hold Alt, then I'm gonna push it to product, right? So let me select this. Okay. Now it's time to tab this properly, right? Like this. Let's get rid of this part. So with the first one, right? The text is going to come from root.product, right? So let's get rid of old here. Then the text here is gonna come from root.quantity, right? And this is gonna come from root.price, like this. Okay, we forgot a P here. Let's change this to a float layout. Right. Okay, let me copy this. So you only have to write everything. Okay, copy this. Then Let's paste it here. Then now we need to change the icon to delete outline, right? And let's change the color to red. So we're gonna say FF and 6Fs, right? Then here, right, we have root dot. So let's scroll up. We're not gonna make this cut tab clickable, right? So let's take this and let's put it here like this, right? So this callback, right? We're just gonna use it to clear our cart, right? To delete that certain item from our cart, right? So we have ID product. Let's create source. So this is going to be source like this, right? So before we fetch anything from our table, right? So we can't see this, but let's go to ini.py, right? And let's just import this. So we're gonna say from widgets dot tables dot we called it cut tab, right? So let's paste this here. So here we do need to say from, let me just copy this. Okay. Oh. Right. So now we have this, right? Let's go to models.py where we have our scroll view and our grid layout. Where do we have this? Okay. So right here, I'm just gonna press this cut tab, right? Then I'm gonna say source. So here I'm just testing if our cut tab is working properly, right? Before we try and attempt fetching items from our cart. So let's open assets, then images, right? So here we're gonna say source is going to be from assets, images. We have what does it say? T-shirt dot jpg, right? Then product are going to be t-shirt, right? Then so this is going to be quantity. So here, let me just say 100. Then price, I believe price was a numeric property, right? So let's just say 12.50, right? So let me copy this and paste it 2 more times. So let's run it and see if our card tab is working properly, right? Okay, so let's click here. Something went wrong. Is no attribute price. So what did we call it? It was total price. Let's change this because we're gonna calculate the total price, but not here. So this should only be price. So let's run it again. So here. So this is lined up properly, right? But it seems as if this doesn't have space here. and this does. And what's up with this image? This is not even clickable. Uh, okay, let's minimize this. So let's scroll up. So here, let's put a custom. Okay, let's look at the image. So here, where do the images? So we need to put custom image here, right? So where do we have tables.py? So let's get rid of this and this. So source is going to be root.source. I hope this works. So let's run this again. Okay, so this is working. Right. So now let's see why this and this is not lined up properly, right? So let's minimize this. So here we have spacing of 20 display pixels. And that's fine. So let's open model.py. And here, oh, we need to make this 20 display pixels. Okay. So if we run this now, this should be looking much better. Okay. So we need this lined up to the right. Oh, okay. I see why, man. So with this float layout, right, this the width is set to the height of the tab, right? So the box layout with our labels is set to 40, but this one is set to 60, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna set this to 40 display pixels, and that should fix it, right? So after doing this, right, we need to open models.py, scroll down, then right here is let me just create some space and put those at the bottom here. So underneath our get user ID, what we're gonna do is let's put a function. Just gonna call it get products, right? Like this, and it's gonna take in self, right? So for now, let's just put pass. And what we need to do is we need to call it after we call our get user ID, right? So we need to call it after this one. So here we're gonna say self dot get underscore products, right? So let's put parentheses. So now let's get rid of our pass, right? So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say con for connection, right? Then here we're gonna say connection. Then here we're gonna say cursor dot, its cursor is equal to con dot cursor, right? Okay, so let's say this. So what we're gonna do is we need to put a try except block, right? So I'm just gonna copy this here, paste it here, right? Here what I'm gonna do here is we need to get rid of this file not found error. Then we're just gonna put that logic we need. Let's say we get an error, we're just gonna show an error and our system doesn't crash, right? So let's just do that real quick. So here, let's get rid of this. Then here we're gonna say except, then we're gonna say exception, right? As error like this, right? Then here warning underscore pop underscore up is going to be equals to our warning pop-up, right? Like this. So if you have an imported, you're just gonna say from widgets.popups import warning pop-up, right? So after doing this, we need to pass in some title, right? So this is where the text that the warning pop-up is gonna display. Let's say whatever error it is, that's the error that's gonna be displayed. So we just put it in a variable named title, right? So here we're gonna say warning pop-up dot title. I'm gonna say it's equal to, so let's put an F string here, right? Then inside here, we're gonna put curly braces. Then we're just gonna pass in our error, right? So we're just gonna display our error. So now what we need to do is we need to open our pop-up, right? So that it displays. So here we're just gonna say warning pop-up dot open like this, right? So now we have our warning pop-up. So below our accept, right, we're just gonna put finally. So that let's say what we're gonna do in finally, we're just gonna say if there is a connection, we're just gonna close it, right? We're gonna say finally, right? So let's say there's an error, right? And the logic inside our try part doesn't get to closing the connection, right? So what we're gonna do is just gonna close it. So here we're gonna say if right? If there is a connection, then when I say connection dot close like this, right? So now this is done. So what we need to do now is get the information, add it to our cart, right? So that's what we need to do now, right? So let's get rid of this here, right? And I'm just gonna create some space here. Minimize this, okay. So what we need to do is we need to say self dot cut, right? So we're just gonna set it to empty, right? Whenever we add something, we just need to make sure that whenever we fetch all our products inside our cards, right? The items that we're buying, we need to make sure that we clear it, right? So here we're not gonna be doing much stuff inside here, right? So that we don't have to worry about making sure that we add in all of that stuff, but we're just gonna be deleting items from our cart, right? Then clearing the whole cart, then checking out or purchasing the product, right? So we're not gonna do much inside this cart, right? So down here, let me just select this line. I believe that's the only line we're gonna need inside our clear cart. So let me paste this here. Then we're also gonna need it inside our checkout. So let me just paste it. But this is going to happen. I'm just gonna clear the cart after we make a purchase, right? After we make a sale. So here, let me just put a comment. And I'm just gonna say after making a sale slash purchase, right? Okay, so I left a P here. Okay, save this. So let me scroll back up. Okay, so what we're gonna do next here is excuse me. So we need to have an SQL statement. So you're gonna say SQL, and we're gonna say equal to, well, let's see. So if you look at our card, right, here on the right, we're gonna use this user ID, right, to make sure that we're fetching the items related to the logged in user, right? Then what we're gonna do is we need to have so using this inventory ID, we're gonna fetch the product's name. Let's look at inventory. What do we have? Inventory product ID. So also need to fetch in the store ID. So we're gonna fetch in the name, the store ID, right? And let's see, do we need to fetch in the price? Okay. So here we have card quantity, right? we also need to fetch in the price. Okay. So we're gonna filter using user ID and only gonna return using pending. Because if it's sold, right, we don't need to show it inside our cart, right? Because we already sold or bought it, right? Okay. So now we need to use these three. Okay, fine. So let's just do that real quick. Okay, so let's make these triple quotes, right? Like this. Then here we're just gonna say select. So what are we selecting? So we're gonna need on our custom card tab, right? We only had four things. We had a product name, product price, card quantity, and the source, right? So a few minutes ago, a few seconds ago, I was talking about fetching store ID, store name, and that other stuff, right? So let's just leave it like that. But if you wanna add it, you can add that stuff also. Still fine. So here we're just gonna say inventory. This should be lowercase. Inventory dot name as let's just say product name. Product underscore name, then put a column. So I'm just gonna copy this, then paste it 3 more times, right? So this right here, right? Let's just change the first one. So let's take this and change it to source, right? And this one is going to be this image URL, if I'm not mistaken. So let's say image underscore URL is like this, right? Then we're gonna have inventory name as name, right? So we keep this one like this. Then this should be price. So let's put price like this. Then okay. Then the last one should be cart, right? So what we're gonna do is just gonna say cart dot cart quantity, right? Let's just leave it at this. Okay. Save this, right? So let's get rid of this comma here. So where are we fetching this from, right? So here we're just gonna say from, then we're gonna say cart, right? Then here let's put left join, right? So here we're gonna say inventory on, we're gonna say cart dot inventory ID like this. Then we're gonna say it's equal to inventory dot ID, right? So we made a typo here. Okay. Left join inventory on cart, blah blah blah. Okay, this is fine. So what we need to do now is we need to filter out something. So you're gonna say where. So you're gonna say cart dot user ID. When I say it's equal to percentage S, then and need the status, right? So when I said cart dot status is equal to percentage S here, right? So below our solve dot cart is equal to empty, right? We need to put a filter variable. So we're just gonna call it filter. Then we're gonna say it's equal to pending like this. Then we need to pass in this inside the list together with our user ID, right? So right here, right, let's create a list variable. So we're gonna say values is equal to, then you put our square brackets here, right? Then we're gonna say self dot user underscore ID. So we don't need to convert this to a string, right? Because it's already a string. And you're gonna pass in our filter also, right? So now we have values, right? So now we need to execute them and fetch the information. So here, let's say cursor dot execute. So we're gonna execute our SQL and our values. Then let's just create a variable that we're just gonna call it product. So we're gonna say product is equal to cursor dot fetch all, right? So what we need to do first, right? Let's just print out all the products, right? So here for now, let's just say for X and products, right? We're just gonna print X, right? So we have products, right, inside our database. Let's just run this. That's taking way too long. Okay, it's open down here, right? Okay. Let's minimize this. So we have an image, right? Then we have a laptop backpack. Okay. So we have this information. I think we might need to fetch an ID, right? So that we can use the ID to update what we call it. Let's say if we make a sale, then we update the item. Then if we sold four, then we're gonna remove four from our database, from our inventory, right? So we can also do that. Okay. So top here is we're just gonna need okay. So you're gonna say inventory dot ID as ID, right? So let's put a comma here. Save it, right? So let's run it again. Okay, let's click here. Minimize this, right? Okay, so now we have our ID here. So we're gonna be using this ID when we're completing sales, right? So now what we need to do is we need to fetch this information, then we're gonna send it to this variable, right? So I don't think we're gonna need this one here, right? But let's just wait for now. But I'm pretty sure we're not gonna need it. But let's proceed and see with where we're gonna go with this, right? So now that we have this, we need to send this to solve.cat, right? So let's get rid of this X here. So here we're gonna say let's create a dictionary, right? And let's just call it data. So we're gonna say data is equal to, and let's put our curly braces, right? So the first thing we had was the ID, right? Plus we need to put this inside quotes like this, right? Like this. So this is going to be X at index 0, right? So our IDs are always going to be integers. So let's make this a string, right? Like this. Oh, okay. So let's put a comma here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Okay. So this is the quantity, right? So this one is going to be source. This is going to be name. So let's scroll up. What do we call this inside? Okay, product quantity, right? So I'm just gonna get rid of this because we want to add this from our Python code, right? So we're gonna have, we don't have name, we have product. So product quantity price. Okay. Product. So this is going to be quantity, and this is going to be price, right? So if we look at this, right, our source is at index 1, okay? Product is at index 2, then price is at index 3. So let's put this here, and this is going to be at index 4, like this, right? So after doing this, right, we need to append this to our self dot cart, right? So here we're gonna say self dot cart dot append. So what are we appending? We're appending data, right? Then let's say this. Okay, so now let's get rid of this space here. So now if we do this, right, we're gonna be sending information. The information we created out, this information here, right, going to be sent to this one, but we can't see it just yet. So what we need to say on cart, right? So when this cart is disturbed, right, we're just gonna add the information, right? So that's what we're gonna do here. So you're gonna say define on underscore cart. So it's gonna take in self, right? Then it's gonna take in instance, taking the cart, right? So what we're gonna do is let's put some of the place where we're gonna be displaying our information, right? So here we need to say on cart. Label. Then we're gonna say self dot. Let's just scroll up and see what we called the ID we gave to our grid layout, right? So we called it cart list. So I'm gonna copy this. Okay, then I'm gonna paste it here like this, right? Then I'm gonna say table dot clear underscore widget. On we're gonna say cart dot inventory ID like this. Then we're gonna say it's equal to inventory dot ID. Right, so we made a typo here. Okay, left join inventory on cart, blah blah blah. Okay, this is fine. So what we need to do now is we need to filter out something. So you're gonna say where. So you're gonna say cart dot user ID. When I say it's equal to percentage S, then and need the status, right? So when I say cart dot status is equal to percentage S here, right? So below our self dot cart is equal to empty, right? We need to put a filter variable. So we're just gonna call it filter. Then we're gonna say it's equal to pending like this. Then we need to pass in this inside the list together with our user ID, right? So right here, right, let's create a list variable. So we're gonna say values is equal to, then you put our square brackets here, right? Then we're gonna say self dot user underscore ID. So we don't need to convert this to a string, right? Because it's already a string. Then you're gonna pass in our filter also, right? So now we have our values, right? So now we need to execute them and fetch the information. So here let's say cursor dot execute. So we're gonna execute our SQL and our values. Then let's just create a variable. I'm just gonna call it product. So we're gonna say product is equal to cursor dot fetch all, right? So what we need to do first, right? Let's just print out all the products, right? So here for now, let's just say um for X and products, right? We're just gonna print X, right? So we have products, right, inside our database. Let's just run this. That's taking way too long. Okay, it's open down here, right? Okay. Let's minimize this. So we have an image, right? Then we have laptop backpack. Okay. So we have this information. I think we may need to fetch an ID, right? So that we can use the ID to update what we call it. Let's say if we make a sale, then we update the item. Then if we sold four, then we're gonna remove four from our database, from our inventory, right? So we can also do that. Okay. So top here is we're just gonna need okay. So you're gonna say inventory dot ID as ID, right? So let's put a comma here. Save it, right? So let's run it again. Okay, let's click here, minimize this, right? Okay, so now we have our ID here. So we're gonna be using this ID when we're completing sales, right? So now what we need to do is we need to fetch this information, then we're gonna send it to this variable, right? So I don't think we're gonna need this one here, right? But let's just wait for now. But I'm pretty sure we're not gonna need it. But let's proceed and see where we're gonna go with this, right? So now that we have this, we need to send this to self.cart, right? So let's get rid of this X here. So here we're gonna say let's create a dictionary, right? And let's just call it data. So we're gonna say data is equal to, and let's put our curly braces, right? So the first thing we had was the ID, right? Plus we need to put this inside quotes like this, right? Like this. So this is going to be X at index 0, right? So our IDs are always going to be integers. So let's make this a string, right? Like this. Oh, okay. So let's put a comma here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Okay. So this is the quantity, right? So this one is going to be source This is going to be name. So let's call up, what do we call this inside? Okay, product quantity, right? So I'm just gonna get rid of this because we want to add this from our Python code, right? So we're gonna have, we don't have name, we have product. So product quantity price. Okay. Product. So this is going to be quantity, and this is going to be price, right? So if we look at this, right, source is at index 1, okay? Product is at index 2, then price is at index 3. So let's put this here, and this is going to be at index 4, like this, right? So after doing this, right, we need to append this to our self dot cart, right? So here we're gonna say self dot cart dot append. So what are we appending? We're appending data, right? Then let's say this. Okay, so now let's get rid of this space here. So now if we do this, right, we're gonna be sending information. The information we created out, this information here, right, going to be sent to this one, but we can't see it just yet. So what we need to do, we need to say on cart, right? So when this cart is disturbed, right, we're just gonna add the information, right? So that's what we're gonna do here. So you're gonna say defined on underscore cart. So it's gonna take in self, right? Then it's gonna take in instance, take in the cart, right? So what we're gonna do here is let's put some of the place where we're gonna be displaying our information, right? So here we need to say on cart to support label. Then we're gonna say self dot. Let's just scroll up and see what we called the ID we gave to our grid layout, right? So we called it cart list. So I'm gonna copy this. Okay, then I'm gonna paste it here like this, right? Then I'm gonna say table dot clear underscore widget nation inside here, right? We're gonna clear this table, right? Then we can add new widgets, right? So after doing this, right, we need to have a for loop, right? So here we're gonna say for before we go any further, let's look at tables.py. So here we have it, right? So this one doesn't have a background color, right? Okay, let's scroll up. Card table, don't have a BG color. So here let's add it here, right? So here we're just gonna say BG underscore color. When I say it's equal to color property, right? Okay, so let's scroll up. Then here, right, we're just gonna say put dot BG color. Okay. No. Okay, so let's control Z this. So we're gonna maintain this line, right? But what we can do is let's duplicate this. Then this one is just going to be self.size. And this is going to be root.bg underscore color. So with this one, I just want to try and give these items different colors, right? So let's say we have two items. All right. So okay, let me just continue, then you can see what I mean. So let's go back to models.py. So here, right, inside our table, we're just gonna have like one row is just going to be white, right? And the next one is going to be like a very light gray. Then after doing that, the third one is going to be white, and the fourth one is just gonna go like that, right? So that we can just have like a table that's looking a little bit good, right? So to do that, you're just gonna say raw underscore index, right? Then I'm gonna say comma, then product, right? So then what we need to do, we're gonna say in, then we're gonna say enumerate, then we're gonna put parentheses, and inside parentheses, just gonna say cut, right? So now, right, we need to have our table row, right? So here we're just gonna say table row, right? So this is going to be let's go back to tables.py. So this is going to be cut tab. So let me copy this and paste it here. Put parentheses, right? Like this. So what we need to do, right? Once we add this, so let's create a variable. We're just gonna say color, right? When I say color is equal to, so here let's say RGBA parentheses, right? So here let's put white, right? So hashtag, then put 6 apps like this. Then let's put a if statement next to it. Then when I say if raw underscore index, right? Then when I say percentage 2 is equal to 0, right? So if the remainder, right? If the raw index, if we divide the raw index, right, by 2 and the remainder is equal to 0, right? The color is going to be white, right? Then when I say else, it's going to be a very light gray. So you put hashtag, let's put F9, 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 right? Then say this. Okay. So first things first, now we need to pass in this color, right? So we'll call our color property bg color, right? So here let's say table raw dot bg underscore column. But I say it's equal to column, right? Like this. So now we've dealt with our colored stuff, right? So let's import our cut tab here. From widgets.tables, import cut tab, right? Okay. So now we have table raw dot source, right? It's going to be, we're gonna get our product, right? Then get okay, let's proceed. We're gonna say product dot get. So what are we getting, right? When I get our ID, oh, it's going to be empty, right? So we have let's look at tables.py. Scroll down, right? So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're not gonna need store ID. We're not gonna need this one. Let's get rid of it. So when I have 1, 2, 3, 4 and the ID, right? So I'm just gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? Okay. So I'm going to copy this. So here we need to say source, right? Then this one is going to be product, then quantity, then this is going to be price, right? So I believe our card tab is a callback, right? So for now we're just gonna say table raw, right, dot add widget, or we're just gonna say table, right? Because we want to add the table raw, right? So you let's say table raw, but this needs to be table, right? So let's say this. Excuse me. So let's navigate to tables.py, right? So this callback, we just called it callback, right? Okay. Let's go back to models.py. So here, right, we're just gonna say table raw dot callback, right? We're gonna say it's equal to self dot delete underscore from underscore cart, right? So let me copy this, right? Then down here, I'm gonna say define. Then I'm gonna place this. Then it's gonna take in self and instance, if I'm not mistaken, right? So let me just put pause here, right? I'm gonna be back in a second. Okay, right. So let's just run this real quick and see if we can see our products, right? So let me just click here. Okay, where is this thing? Let's just stop this real quick, right? I just spotted this here. So let me fix it. I think this is fine. So let's run it again. Okay, so let's click on our icon, right? Grid layout is no attribute clear widgets. We forgot a T, so we have a typo there, right? So let's minimize this. Clear widgets, okay? Yeah, right. Do we have anywhere where we have a typo? Okay, so let's run it again. Okay. So let's click on our cart, right? Okay. So we can see that we have our product, right? We have our laptop backpack, and here's the image, right? And if we click on it, it expands, it enlarges, right? Then so what we're gonna do now is we're just gonna make sure that if we click on this trash icon, right, we're gonna be able to remove this from our cart, right? So it's going to be removed from the database. Then when it refreshes, right, we're not gonna see it inside our database, right? Inside our cart. Then before we do that, we just need to make sure that we can calculate the total price from here, right? So that whenever something is added, then we automatically calculate this. Then we can check out, then we can deal with deleting this, right? So let's minimize this. So since our products are going to be displayed right inside BC, inside cart list, right? So to calculate the total price, right, we're just gonna grab all the children that are inside this. So all the products that are going to be displayed, they're going to be children. children of this one, right? So what we're gonna do now is right here, right? So underneath this for loop, right? So after we've added all the products, right? What we're gonna do is we're gonna say products. So let me make this lowercase. So products is going to be, excuse me, to be self dot ideas dot called it cart list, right? Cart underscore list, right? Then we need to say dot children because we wanna fetch the children, right? Okay, like this. Then let's create a variable. Let's just call it total price. So total underscore price. So let's set this to 0, right? So now let's loop inside our products, right? So that we can fetch the total price. So to do this, we're just gonna say for let's just say for X in products, right? So when I say total price, right? Then when I say plus or equals to let's round the price, right? So we're gonna multiply the quantity and the price, right, per product, right? Then we're gonna round everything by 2, right? So here let's say round and put parentheses. So inside parentheses, let's say float, right? So our float is going to be X dot what is it? Price, right? Okay, X dot price. Then let's multiply our float, right, with quantity. So quantity is going to be an integer. So here let's just pass an integer. Then we're gonna say X dot we called it what? Quantity. Okay. Like this, right? Then after this, let's just say comma 2, right? So that we just round everything to 2 decimal places. So after doing this, now we need to take in the total price, right? So it's going to be this one, the updated version of this one. Then excuse me, underneath our for loop, we're gonna say self dot. So what did we call it? Let me just scroll up real quick and see what we called it. It's total cost, right? So let me copy this. Then let me paste this. So it's going to be total dot self dot total cost is going to be equal to total price, right? Like this. So if we run this, we should see that our total cost is updated, right? And the other thing that we need to do is just gonna fix the delete part real quick. So here, let's get rid of this pass, right? So what we're gonna do, right? If we just scroll up a little bit, if we wanna delete this using this ID, right? Because all our product IDs, right, inside our cart, right, they're going to be unique, right? So to delete this from our card table, right, from here, we're just gonna use this ID, right? And to select it, since it's going to be unique, so to select it from our cart, right, from here, right, so that we can remove it from our cart, like the one that we have displayed on our screen, right? So we're going to pop it from this one, then we're gonna delete it from this one. So the first thing we need to do is we need to get our ID. So here we're just gonna say ID underscore, right? Then it's going to be instance dot ID, right? So it's ID underscore, okay? So let's put an underscore here and save it, right? So the first thing that we need to do, right, let's just pop it from our card first. Then we're gonna delete it, or we delete it first, right? Then we'll pop it from our card, right? So for now, let me just put some space here, right? And just put the logic so that we can pop it from our card. So you're just gonna say for I, comma, let's say product in enumerate. Let's put parentheses here. So what are we enumerating here? So we're just gonna say self dot cart like this, right? Exit parentheses, semicolon, right? So inside this for loop, up here we should put a, is that a comma or it's a dot? This should be a comma. There was a comma, and we should have a dot here, okay? A T, because I had a typo, it was just product, okay? So now inside of for loop, let's put an if statement. So when I say if product, right? So what are we fetching, right? So when I use our ID, right? So when I say this, right? Excuse me. Oh, is equal to ID underscore, right? So let's put a semicolon. So if we find, right, if we have a product, right, and we find using this ID, right, if we have it inside our self.cart, right, what we're gonna do is we're just gonna say self dot cut, right, dot pop. So what are we removing from our list, right? We're gonna remove I, right? So we're gonna remove the product. So let's save it like this, right? Now let's just put break so that we break the loop, right? So let's just save it like this, right? This should allow us to remove it from our cart, right? So to delete it from our uh card table, right, from our database, right, so that we can just remove it from our database and we don't have to see it whenever we close the pop-up and open the card again, right? So what we're gonna do here, we're just gonna need our connection first. So we're gonna say con is equal to connection, right? So this connection, when I find it inside this data directory, right? Inside this data directory, we have connection to Pi. And if you click on it, you're gonna see this, right? So this is just returning this connection, right? So let me just close it. So now after saying con is go to connection, right? What we're gonna do here is we're gonna say cursor is equal to con dot cursor like this, right? So what we're gonna do now is let me just scroll up. I believe we have something like this. Let me just take this so that we don't have to write everything. I'm gonna paste this here. Cut this, paste it here. Tape it inside once. So now we need to copy this one here. Okay. Right. So now let's have our SQL statement. So you're just gonna say SQL is going to be delete from cart where ID is equal to, so let's just put percentages, right? Then let's create a variable or a list variable. So this is going to be value. So value is only going to contain our ID underscore, right? So now we need to execute this. So we're just going to say cursor dot execute. So what are we executing? So we're just going to execute SQL and values like this. So for this to happen, right, for the changes to be saved, right, we're just going to say like this, right? Okay. So the other thing, right? We might need to refresh our card. Oh, whenever we do this, right? our card is going to be refreshed by default, right? Okay, so let's just run this and see if this works. But since the user that we have logged in, right, only has one product in the cart, right? We're just gonna have a few issues. But anyways, let's run it first and then we can worry about the other things later. Okay, let's open our cart. Okay. So our total price is calculated automatically, right? So the other thing we need to fix, right? So let's just delete this. Okay. So this is updated automatically, right? So let's minimize this. Let me click on this. Add to cart. Add to cart. Right. So let's open our cart. Okay. So here we have our cart, right? So what we need to do is if we press clear cart, right, we're just gonna delete everything from our database, right? And all of these things are going to be removed from here. Same way if we do with checkout, right? We're just gonna take everything, then record them as a cell. Then we're gonna update our database, right? So we can update the quantity here, right? So let's minimize this and do that real quick. So down here we have clear cart, right? So let me just take this, then move it upwards. Okay. So what we're gonna do, right? We're just gonna copy this, right? So let's copy this one, then tweak it a little bit. Then paste it here, right? So now we don't have to like set this to be empty manually, right? So let's get rid of this line. Excuse me. So what we're gonna do here, right? Let's scroll up. We're gonna need this one. Let's copy this line. Then let's paste it here, right? Seems as if I didn't copy it. Oh, where is that line? Okay. Delete from cart. Okay. So let's paste this line here, right? So now let's just copy the for loop also. Then let's paste it here, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna say for X in products, right? This one is going to be x.id, right? So let's get rid of instance and let's put X here. Then I'm gonna select this, then tab it inside once. Then I'm going to get rid of this line here, right? So this should allow us to delete everything from our card, right? So let's just run this real quick. Okay, so let's say we forgot a certain step, right? So let me minimize this. So here, let's create another function. So this one, we're going to be clear cut underscore callback, right? So we just want to make sure that someone doesn't press clear cut by mistake, right? So we're just going to give the option to say clear cut, right? Then a pop-up shows up and asks you, are you sure you want to clear your cut, right? So this going to take in self. Then here you can just say star args, right? Or you can put an underscore. Still going to be fine. So here when I say, let me just copy this. So when I say clear cut, it's going to be, we have a custom widget, a pop-up widget, right? So we're just gonna say confirm pop up, right? And put parentheses. So clear cut is going to be equal to confirm pop-up dot pop-up. Then when I say clear cut dot title is going to be, are you sure you want to clear the cut, right? Then when I put a question mark, since it's a question, are you sure you want to clear the cut? Okay. Then when I say clear cut dot open, right? So that we can open the pop-up. So if we press yes, this is when this one is going to be called. So we need to pass in this to this, right? So here when I say clear cut dot callback, going to be equal to self dot clear cut callback, right? And you need to get rid of parentheses, right? Because if you put parentheses, this callback is going to be called before you even press yes, right? So now let's run it again and see if our clear cut works. Clear cut button works. Okay. So now let's click here. Are you sure you want to clear the cut? Yes. Okay, why did we clear these and remain with these? And that's weird. Okay, and these remained. Okay, let's minimize this and look at our code. So right here we said product, so that is equal to self.ids.catalyst.children, right? So when I say for products, for X in products, right? When I say ID underscore is equal to X.ID underscore connection is fine. So when I say SQL is equal to delete from cart where ID is equals to percentage, right? Then values our ID underscore. Okay. So let's run it again. I want to check something. So let's get rid of this one, right? Then we close this. We pop it up. It's back, right? So we only removed it from our cart, right? But we didn't remove it from our database. So which means this delete function is not working. Okay, so let's minimize this. So let's first, then we're gonna see where our problem lies, right? Okay, delete from cart, right? So this part is where we have the problem. This one, but this one is just working just fine. Delete from hardware. So let me just check if we imported the right connection. Foundation.connection, import connection. Okay, that's the correct connection. But this is a key one. So yeah. Keep the other stuff. Let's pop it down. Cards, delete from cards where IDs goes to this. Okay. So first things first, let me just comment this out, right? Then let's try printing our IDs. Okay, so we are getting our IDs, right? We are getting them just fine. So let me just control Z. Okay. So now why are we not deleting this, right? Okay, so let's open this again, right? So okay, this seems to be fine. But we're adding our information to our card table just fine, right? So now what seems to be the issue here? Um, the other thing we might be facing, right, is we are trying to delete with the wrong ID, right? So let me just scroll up real quick. Okay, ID. So here, right? Um, oh, excuse me. So here we're trying to. Oh, we were sending. We were actually sending in. Excuse me, inventory ID, right? So the thing we have to send is this one, right? Or they just say cut.id here, right? Then save it and run it again, right? I believe this should fix it. Okay. This is taking way too long. Okay, so let's get rid of this one. So let's close this. Okay, so now this now works, right? So let's clear the card. We want to remove the one, right? So where did we remove the other one? Okay. So now deleting works, right? So now we just need to make sure that we're deleting everything at the same time, right? So let me just add some products. So add, add, okay. Right. So now let's minimize this. Okay. So let's scroll down, right? Let me minimize this. So what we're gonna do here is let's try and we just make sure that we connect once, right? So let's move this up here, shift tab, but then we put it here, right? Then we save this here. Then after doing this, the other thing we should do, right? Fuck, dude, do not disturb this one and it. So okay, so let's scroll down, right? The first thing that we need to do here is let's make sure that we don't open connections and close them every single time, right? So I'm gonna take this, then I'm gonna put this here, right? Then once we are done, right, we can take this con.commit, right? Then we can put it here, right? So that after we're done committing everything, after we're done deleting, then we commit, right? So I'm just gonna take this, then shift tab it once, then I'm gonna take this for loop, right? Cut it and paste it in here, right? Then I'm gonna select everything, then tab it here, right? So here, let me get rid of this line. Or we might just leave it. Let's just leave it at that. Right. So then we'll remove this here. And the other thing, right? If we manage to delete everything, what we can do is if we manage to delete everything, but we still have things inside our cart, right? But we deleted them. What we can do is we can just add a line where we just clear self for cart and just set it to empty, right? So now let's just run this. Okay. So yeah, right. Let me just close this and add. Okay. So let's clear cut. We're still clearing everything, but in every time we always have two items remaining. Ugh. Now we're just clearing one. Maybe we have items with the same ID or something. I don't know. So let's try one thing. I'm just gonna remove this line. Then here we're just gonna say self dot cut. So we're just gonna set this to empty, right? So let's save it and let's run it again. Okay, so let's add these. Okay. Um let's clear our cart, right? So we've cleared this. Okay. Okay. So now this works, right? So now that we fixed this, right? And now let's work on this part so that we record the sale of the items, right? So let's close this, minimize this, right? So let's remove this space here, right? Then let's save. So if we look on the right side, right, where we have create.py, right, we have this sales folder, right? So what we're gonna do here, right, is we're gonna save the information to our sales table here, right? So we need to pass in the inventory ID, then the store ID, right? So quantity is going to be, we're just gonna pass this the same quantity we have, right? Then total price. So this is going to be total price of the items, right? So sale date, right? So this is automatically updated, right? Because we set this to timestamp default current timestamp, right? So the main things that we need here is inventory ID, right? And store ID. So now what we're gonna do, right? We just wanna tweak our table, right? Um we're gonna tweak the function we use to fetch all products. Then we're gonna get this one and this one, right? So after we've done with these two, then we're gonna tweak our cut tab. So that's the main other thing, right? We just need to fix. And after fixing those, then we're gonna pass them or we're gonna fetch them, right? Then when we are updating our sales table, we just gonna send the information here, right? So this shouldn't be that difficult, right? So first things first, right? Let's copy this one. All right, so I'm just gonna copy this. Then I'm gonna paste it here, right? So let me remove these two lines here. The comment and self dot cut is equal to empty, right? So let's save it. Then we have this, right? So the other thing is we need to clear this, right? For now we can just keep it there, right? Then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take these here. Then I'm gonna paste them here, right? So quantity, let's just make sure that we set it to x dot quantity, right? So we're just gonna fetch the quantity inside our tab. So where do we have our tab? Let me just minimize this and this and this. So we have ID source. So we need product, right? So we're gonna fetch product ID quantity. So we have quantity, right? Then we have price. So when I pass in quantity, then price, we're gonna say quantity multiplied by price, right? And when we were adding these, right, let's see when we were calculating. Okay, we did it here, so it's fine. So we need to pass in these two. So let's scroll downwards. So quantity is going to be x dot quantity, right? Like this. Then total price, let's say it's equal to, so let me just scroll up, then copy this line here. And then let me paste it here. Like this, right? So let's make this let's leave this like this, right? Then it's actually best if we just make this a string after we've done with everything, right? So that we don't have to convert it into a string inside our values list variable, right? So you're just gonna say, so the variables that we don't have are these two, right? So here let's just say this one is equal to For now, let's just say x dot store ID, with store underscore ID. Then here we need to say support x dot inventory ID, inventory underscore ID, like this, right? So let's save this. Don't need this, so let's get rid of it. So our values, right? So the first one is inventory ID, store ID. Okay, so we're just doing this the way it's just laid out here, right? So this is going to be inventory ID. So here when I say comma, store ID, quantity, then we need to pass in total price, like this, right? Then we need to tweak this line here, right? So this needs to be insert into cells, right? Then we need to pass in these 4 values. So let's put parentheses in here, right? So the first one is going to be, let me just copy this here. Then place this here, right? Then you're gonna say values. Then we need to put parentheses again, right? So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 items, right? So we need 4 percentage S's, right? Okay, save this. So what we're gonna do, right, is we're gonna try and save this, right? So after saving this, we're just gonna check our sales table, right, to see if we managed to save this, right? So after saving it, the other thing we need to do, right, is after committing here, right, we need to call where do we have it? Clear card callback, right? So we need to call this function. Or we can just put it underneath this one, right? So let me take this. Okay. Then we need to empty this. So I'm going to copy this line and paste it here, right? Okay, so this will actually tape just fine. Then let me duplicate this. Then after everything, right, we're just gonna set the card to empty, right? So let's save it and just check if this is working. Oh, okay. We forgot one very important step, right? So let's minimize this. Right. Remember, we don't have inventory ID and store ID, right? So what we need to open tables.py, right? Then underneath here, right, we're just gonna put inventory. This needs to be lowercase. Inventory underscore ID, right? And this needs to be store underscore ID, right? So let's fix this typo here. Save it. Go back to models.py. Scroll up with where we're fetching our information. Right? So here we have this, right? So let me duplicate this. So here we have inventory dot. So we need ID. Then as inventory underscore ID, right? Like this. Then let's look at our table. Here we don't have store ID, right? So we need to fetch store ID. Can we fetch it using inventory? Okay, so we can fetch it using inventory, right? So the variables that we don't have are these two, right? So here let's just say this one is equal to, for now let's just say x dot store ID, right? Store underscore ID. Then here we need to say it's equal to x dot inventory ID. Inventory underscore ID, like this, right? So let's say this. Don't need this, so let's get rid of it. So our values, right? So the first one is inventory ID, store ID. Okay, so we're just doing this the way it's just laid out here, right? So this is going to be inventory ID. So you're gonna say comma store ID, quantity. Then we need to pass in total price, like this, right? Then we need to tweak this line here. Right? So this needs to be insert into cells, right? Then we need to pass in these four values. So let's put parentheses in here, right? So the first one is going to be, let me just copy this here. Then paste this here, right? Then here we're gonna say values. Then we need to put parentheses again, right? So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4 items, right? So we need 4 percentage S's, right? Okay, say this. So what we're gonna do, right, is we're gonna try and save this, right? So after saving this, we're just gonna check our sales table, right, to see if we manage to save this, right? So after saving it, the other thing we need to do, right, is after committing here, right, we need to call, when do we have it? Clear card callback, right? So we need to call this function. Or we can just put it underneath this one, right? So let me take this. Okay. Then we need to empty this. So I'm going to copy this line and paste it here, right? Okay, so this was actually taped just fine. Then let me duplicate this. Then after everything, right, we're just gonna set the card to empty, right? So let's save it and just check if this is working. Oh, okay, okay. We forgot one very important step, right? So let's minimize this. Right. Remember, we don't have inventory ID and store ID, right? So what we need to open tables.py, right? Then underneath here, right, we're just gonna put inventory. This needs to be lowercase. Inventory underscore ID, right? And this needs to be store underscore ID, right? So let's fix this title here. Save it. Go back to models.py. Scroll up. We do where we fetching our information, right? So here we have this, right? So let me duplicate this. So here we have inventory dot. So we need ID. Then as inventory underscore ID, right? Like this. Then let's look at our table. Here we don't have store ID, right? So we need to fetch store ID. Can we fetch it using inventory? Okay, so we can fetch it using inventory, right? So let's do that, right? So here with inventory.id and inventory here's store ID, right? So let's just say inventory dot store underscore ID, right? As store underscore ID, right? So let's say this. So now, right, we need to pass in inventory.id, right? So that we don't have to edit a lot of stuff, what we can do, right? Just gonna duplicate this. Okay. Hmm. Nah. Let me just put them upwards, right? So it's going to be at index 0, right? So let me just comment this out, right? And oh, this just leave it like this. Nah. Let's print data, right? So let's run this. Well, this thing is not taking way too long to load. Okay, come on. Okay, so let's add this to our cart, right? But then the thing is this, right? We didn't fix the, what do you call it? Because we just kept these, right? So I think we just need to print X here. So let's run it again. Hey, this is gonna take way too long. Okay. Do you have anything inside our cart? Okay, we don't. So let's add this. Let's minimize this, right? So if we look at this, right? This is the ID, right? So this is the inventory ID and this is the store ID. Then we can have our source, right? Okay. So start with index 0. So this should be index 1. This should be index 2. Source should be at index 3. Product at index 4. Quantity at index 6. Then price at index 5. Right. So let's save this. Then let's get rid of our print. Then let's uncomment this one, right? So then save it. So now let's run this and see if we can make a sale. Let me just stop this. Let's just stop this real quick. Let's scroll down, right? So here we should have something like this, right? So are you sure you want to complete a cell, right? So let me just copy this so that we don't have to like create it, then create another callback, do many checks and whatnot, right? So we just do this one time, right? So this should be checkout underscore call back, right? Taking self and store out, right? Are you sure you want so let's just say, are you sure you want to check out? Okay, run it. Okay. So we have these items inside our cart, right? Okay, let's check out. Cannot update or edit foreign key strand files. Okay, so let's minimize this, right? And see how we can deal with this, right? So let's actually minimize this whole thing. Um, let's check a few things, right? Okay, so we didn't send in our store ID and our inventory ID, right? So what was the first one? Uh, Inventory ID, right? And this needs to be store ID, right? Okay. Let's paste this here. Control D, Control C. Let's paste this. Save it, right? Um, if we run this, I believe this should work, right? Okay. Okay. So let's try checking out. Okay. This seems to have worked, right? So let's minimize this. So we don't have a way of checking sales, right? So the easiest thing we can do is let's open localhost, right? Then look at our table. Okay, so let me just drag this here, right? Okay, where do we cells? Okay, here. So this should be our last four items, right? One, two, three, four. Right? So let me just check the time. Okay, so we are good here, right? So we're actually saving items, right? So let me close this. So using all this information, right? So let me just pull up this, right? So using everything we learned here, right? You can actually work on creating a customer service page where you can select from your sales, or you can show it, create a tab where you can view all your sales, right? Then same when you open the outlet, you have create a screen and call it outlet. You can add items, inventory, then you can see your sales. Yeah. So that's what like some of the few things left to do on this app, right? So if you wanna continue and improve everything on this, feel free to do that. Otherwise, peace.